I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingham, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCarn, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Pope, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Those senators and guests in the gallery, please rise for the invocation by a visiting Tennessee State Senator to come to see how good y'all operate, Paige Wally. And then the invocation be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Whaley. And Senator Wiley is a guest of Senator Whaley. Their districts abut in northern Mississippi and southern Tennessee, so we want to welcome him today, and he'll lead us in prayer. Senator?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you for the privilege of allowing me to be with you today. Would you pray with me, please? Our loving Heavenly Father, we ask you for your precious presence right here, right now, today, for an anointing over each one of these members and staff to give them just remarkable wisdom and discernment and clarity of thought. Elevate them and anoint them for the service for which they've been called. Be a blessing, too, to their families who are sacrificing right now to allow them to come and to serve this great state. We want to thank you, Lord, for your goodness to us, your mindfulness of us, and ask that in your name we can be beacons of healing and hope and help to those we serve. It's a joy to be your children. We thank you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Wayne, come down here. Let's get a picture. Something like this in front of Mississippi. All right. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Thank you, Senator Wally. Thank you both. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petition, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Now the reading of the titles, bills, and resolutions. Recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests, Senate. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the calendar. Local and private, Senator Parks. Pass. Motions to reconsider. Pass and retain. Appropriations. Pass and retain. In conference finance, Senator Harkins. One moment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 8 on today's calendar, House Bill 776, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 776, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of qualified resort area under the local option alcoholic beverage control law.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, this is not the omnibus local and private bill, but this is a section that deals with municipalities and counties as it relates to zoning for entities. Line 49, I'll read you the language. However, notwithstanding this provision, municipalities that have voted in favor of coming out from under the dry law may enforce such proper rules, regulations for fixing zones and territories to promote public health, morals, and safety as they deem, as they may by ordinance provide. And then the Board of Supervisors of any county that has voted in favor of coming out from under the dry law may make such rules, regulations as to territories outside the municipalities as are herein provided for municipalities. And notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, the municipalities may enforce such proper location of packaged retail stores within the municipality by application of a properly adopted zoning ordinance. So it basically is giving counties and cities the ability to zone for retail package stores, and it also states in the back of the bill on the conference report on line 193 that the ABC division shall not issue any permit which would conflict with any zoning ordinance legally adopted by the governing authority of any municipality or rule regulation of any board or of supervisors of any county as set forth. So it's just giving the local authority to zone for and enforce those zoning ordinances. That's the explanation of the conference report. Be happy to yield for any questions. If there are no
Questions on the
questions,
bill?
I'll move adoption on the morning roll call.
One moment, please. Senator McCon, for what purpose, sir?
Just a quick question. This was brought up yesterday. Now the intent of this is to be sure that people that come out from under on the local option side have this authority. Is that right?
Yes, if they voted to come out from underneath.
But
the
now
law.
this would not apply to a resort status in an area, right?
No. I
So-
think this is for packaged retail stores.
So, and I think the question was, would this allow for those who did not actually get the language in on the resort status in the past to give those ordinances and put that in place? And this would not do that, right?
No.
Okay, but thank you,
That's
sir.
not my understanding.
Well, that's my understanding. I don't believe it does.
Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Harkins, seeing no other questions.
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
One moment, please. Senator Hill, for what purpose? Yes, Senator Hill's recognized for a question.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Would this allow them individually would this override did we pass that law to allow them to sell on Sunday? Where is that at?
I don't believe that's passed.
Okay, so would this allow them, if they do their own regulations, would this allow them to make that choice, or that still wouldn't be possible?
I don't know how the zoning, if zoning ordinances speak to times that businesses are open. I guess that would be within the city, but I'm not sure. We'd have to
Okay,
ask
so they
council.
could potentially override that state law and open on Sunday if they wanted to with these zoning
No,
regulations?
I don't think right now that you have the ability for Sunday sales.
Okay,
They
so
wouldn't
that
be
bill
able
would
to-
have to pass for them to be able
Correct.
to do that?
It's my
Okay.
understanding the
I
bill would
just,
have to pass in order to have Sunday sales.
I just didn't know how much home rule we were giving them with this bill with liquor.
We can
Thank
ask-
you.
You can ask council. I don't believe that it would override Sunday sales, and it's not passed to my understanding. and I don't even think it's even alive in any bill. There are no further questions. I move adoption on the morning roll
Use of the
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Branning, present. Parker, present. Anyone else? Parker and Branning present. Chisholm, no. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Barrett, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To that vote, I would be an aye, and Senator Tate would be a no.
To the vote, Pear, Barrett, aye. Tate, no. No Tate, no Chisholm, present Branning, present Parker. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Exceptions noted. Senator Harkins. One moment, please. Senator Harkins on item 10, pass and retain. On item 11, pass and retain. 12, pass and retain. The remaining ones, 13, 14, 15, just one second, Senator. 16, pass and retain. Senator Harkins, 21, pass and retain. Okay, in conference appropriations, general bills. Thank you, Senate. We'll go to in-conference appropriations. Senator Hobson, pass and retain. In-conference general bills. Senator Fillingham, pass and retain. Senator Fillingham again. Pass and retain on 48, Senate. Senator Fillingham, 49. Pass and retain on 49, Senate. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 56 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
It's item 50.
56 or 764.
56, okay. House Bill number 764, State Department of Health and State Board of Health extend repealer on.
I move we adopt the conference report, and I'd like to explain it.
Please do, sir.
The conference report extends the State Department of Health until 2029. It is the same statute that's on the books now, except that several antiquated provisions have been removed and replaced with just provisions that make sense now but do the same thing, basically. There is a provision that instructs the State Department of Health to look comprehensively at healthcare around the state. It instructs other agencies to cooperate with the State Department of Health and makes clear this does not give them any power to make anybody do anything. It just gives them the power to collect information and plan. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. B. Carter is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Wiggins? Present. I'm sorry. Senator Hill will be present on the last vote. Anyone else? Okay. Senator Hill present. All others voting aye. Okay, next one up, Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. Oh, well, one moment. Senator Wiggins, you're up at 63, sir.
Go to item 63, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1086, land petitions, revised provision that regulate.
My motion is that we recommit the bill.
Motion to recommit the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
Go to item 64, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1088, circuit courts authorize jurisdiction for persons with criminal charges who may need civil commitment procedures.
Be allowed to explain the conference report, Mr. President?
Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. Simply, the conference report is the language of the Senate that we passed. We took out the reverse repealer that was put into it, and that's the difference between what we passed and the conference report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready to go.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you yield, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
This is all that's in there, right? It's just that change on the commitment, civil commitment. There's nothing else in there.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
When the House sent the original bill over, we made a change that restored language in talking with Department of Mental Health, and then what the report is the Senate language minus the minus the reverse repealer.
So this just allows, in addition to Chancery, that the circuit judge can hear it, is what I'm seeing.
That's right.
Okay, but it doesn't take it from the Chancery, totally.
Well, Chancery doesn't deal with felony cases anyway.
Right, so this just streamlines.
Streamlines the process,
Okay.
allows them to get through, and the judges are good with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions on the bill? Senator Hobson, you're recognized. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I'm out of breath from coming up the stairs. Mr. Chairman, is this the bill that transfers the commitment proceedings from, or does it transfer it back to Chancery?
Well, I'll let you catch your breath.
Thank you.
It doesn't transfer, but it is that bill that we've talked about, yes.
So it keeps it at circuit court?
Yes.
Have you discussed this with the Department of Mental Health?
I have, and they are extremely, extremely in favor of it. and the judges are in favor of it, because it allows this to, the individuals to move through the process and to do it. I know we've had, or you had some issues about Chancery doing it, but everybody we've talked to and I've talked to are fine with doing it this way and allowing the circuit judges to handle it. And remember, this is just for restorative matter, or I'm sorry, it can't be restored.
I got an email from Wendy Bailey from the Department of Mental Health, and I think there were some concerns that I saw just recently about putting the committed, or those that are going through the commitment process, that may be criminals in the same place as those that are not
Yes,
criminals.
thank
Has
you
that
for-
been rectified?
Yes, it has been rectified so that if you notice on the calendar, it says refiled. And so what Wendy did was alerted us to that. What had happened was, just like I was telling Senator Hill, the Department of Mental Health is fine with the Senate language. When we did the original report, there was an overlook that, and actually it was the original House bill. We recommitted it and we refiled it, made that change, which is what Wendy has wanted us to do, and it makes it better for them.
And the last question is, do the Chancery judges, have they weighed in on this? They think this is a good idea, or have they?
I have
been
not
involved?
heard one way or the other. Usually I know if they're against it, they would weigh in. And again, this is simply, it streamlines the process and allows the circuit judges to do something instead of sending it. As you know, there's a back and forth that goes on, and we're trying to eliminate that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I do have a follow-up question.
Follow-up question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Hill's recognized.
On this, where it's basically determining that they're not restorable due to mental incompetency in the foreseeable future, I guess my question is, if someone is convicted or they're declared incompetent for the foreseeable future, I guess what I'm going back to is when we had that Frederick Bell case from Grenada, and he was released, and they were saying, oh, he's gotten a college degree, he's fully functioning, and this, that, and other. And when I went back and looked through some of his appeals and some of his records, there was one court proceeding that basically said he was declared mentally incompetent. Okay, so that's kind of my concern is, if it's not restorable, then on down the line, or, are they going to get let out if somebody, just determines that they can get a college degree and can function, but yet we're doing something here in the courts that say they're not restorable. So I'm wondering if there's any way, a paper trail or some way for people to go back and look, to where determination was made at a later date.
Okay, to answer your question, I'm not familiar with the case you talk about. And I'm no doctor, even though I may play one at times. But
you play a lot of roles.
But seriously, as the description is, if somebody is found incompetent to stand trial, that means they can't go to trial, or also found guilty by reason of insanity. That means they have a mental condition that doesn't allow them to go to be sentenced. As I understand it, through the medical, at a certain point, they can be restored through that. The one that always comes to mind is John Hinckley Jr., okay, and when he shot President Reagan, but after decades and decades and decades, they said he was able to be released under certain conditions. That's what the doctors say. Mm-hmm. Okay, as far as a paper trail, all of this is filed in the courts when it has to be filed in the courts when all of this is being done. And actually, I would say that this actually improves and addresses your concern, because what happens now, Senator Hill, is this happens and then they send it to Chancery Court, and I've talked with mental health about this. It gets lost in the system. Either there's people sitting in jail waiting on Chancery to act, or it's not in the system, and you have two court systems that are having to talk to each other. And unfortunately, our computer systems in the state don't talk to each other easily like that. So,
And I'm so glad you said that, because it's hard to determine what somebody's real criminal record is when these people don't talk to each other.
well,
And-
if I have anything to do with it, we hope to improve that as going forward, because you're right, it is a
Yeah.
huge
And
issue.
we may have a bill coming up that basically deals with, disenfranchisement and other things, and we know that these records don't talk to each other and that they don't put dispositions into the big record a lot of times. So that's how you get somebody that's had 4 DUIs charged with a second.
Right. That it most definitely is not, and I think your point, as you've demonstrated, is valid, that the public has a right to know this, and, you access the public documents. The problem is they're not very easily digestible, and they're not talking to each other.
And you can't find them.
And you can't find them.
You can't find them.
Correct.
So, even if MDOC can't find them from other jurisdictions. So, I've run upon that too.
Right.
So anyway, so hopefully this will make it better. I'm not an expert on it. I just wanted to get your take on that. Thank you.
That's what we're trying to do with this. Thank you very much.
Okay, Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you yes, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, I understand clearly what you're saying and appreciate what's being stated here. But I want to ask you, the individuals that may meet that threshold, do we have mental health? Do mental health have the capacity, or will we provide resources for them to accommodate those individuals?
Yes, so let me explain what was explained to me, is that the division in this category, as you say, and there's a reason, this is why we're doing this bill in part, is they are working on increasing the number, and we call them forensic beds, okay, that they can do that. They have a plan, as they shared with me when we were working on this bill. I don't remember the exact number, but I can tell you it's a heck of a lot more than we have right now, and to do that. And so that you understand, in the appropriations process and others, we've had that discussion that they need to do something to address that. And so I will say it takes time, but that is the plan, to add these forensic beds to it. There is appropriations that has been requested to do that. And so they are working on it. But right now, it is a problem that we don't have enough, and that's part of the issue, is that people sit in jail handling, waiting on this. There's been frustration because people need forensic analysis, forensic examinations, and they're sitting in the county jails or whatever, and because there is no forensic beds there. And so then they end up either being, I just call it triaged and let go, or however. So that there is a plan in place to continue to build the capacity for this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Wiggins.
Senator Norwood, thank you. Senator Wiggins, I see no further questions, sir.
My motion is we adopt the conference report using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Brian, no. Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Hill? Hill, present. Anyone else? Hill, no. Presently, no. Okay, the bill passes with Hill, Chisholm, and Bryan voting no. All right, Senator Turner Ford, pass and retain. Senator Whaley, pass and retain. Senator Wiggins, youth court, sir. Pass and retain. Senator England, Senate, we're on 78.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 78, House Bill number 1406, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1406, absentee voting, revised various provisions of.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, my motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. Senators, this is a bill that we passed in here on April 9th, 52-0. It did have a reverse repealer in it, so we needed some work done on the bill. I'm going to go over what we've done in conference for you. This bill, the purpose of this bill is to make absentee ballot voting easier and a little clearer for the voter. For instance, on mail-in ballots, this adds a box across the flap. You still have to sign across the flap, but there will be a box to show the individual where to sign. So what typically happens now, as I mentioned in another bill, by the way, we have a bill, SB 2424, on the motion to reconsider calendar, did the same thing, but it just didn't have the box in it, okay? So we passed that 51-1, just to let you know where we are on that. But the box is to prevent people from signing on just on the line and not across the flap, because what you have in the circuit clerk's office is somebody will sign here and they'll say, no, you have to drag that across the line or across the flap. So the signature looks funny and it'll look different than it does on the application. So that's causing some issues. So this adds a box for the individual that they must sign in the box, must still sign across the flap to show that the ballot was not unsealed improperly. But it does give some kind of a gutters, so to speak, or the bumpers at the bowling alley to make sure that somebody signs where they're supposed to on their ballot. This also adds two new excuses for someone to be able to mail in an absentee ballot, one being if that person is working on call on the day of the election, so they might not be able to go to the circuit clerk's office and sign an affidavit that says, you know, that they will be working that day because they don't know they're on call. So this adds an on-call exception. This also adds an excuse for individuals who are incarcerated in the county where they reside that have not been convicted of a disenfranchising crime. So it adds those two. This also will take, and this came directly from our circuit clerks. I think many of you may have heard from your circuit clerks this morning on this. They do support this. But it takes the absentee, if you go to vote in person currently, they give you an absentee application that you have to fill out and sign, and then you have an envelope where you put your ballot, and you also have to sign that. In order to cut down on that extra piece of paper and that extra signature that has to be looked at, this bill will allow for those envelopes to have the application printed on one side of the envelope, and then the other side will have the check marks that you mark when you do before you put your envelope, put your ballot in, put your envelope in the box. So it cuts down on that piece of paper. It's something that our circuit clerks, I met with them earlier this year, and they said that just caused so many issues to have the two pieces of paper. This also, again, on the motion to reconsider calendar, adds 5 days to cure signature issues. So if the committee opens your ballot and before they open your ballot, they look at the application and they look at the envelope and they see that the signatures don't match, they could, as of today, they could toss that ballot. Now you're allowed 5 days after the election, or up to 12 p.m., 5 days after the election to come in and cure your ballot. If you don't, your ballot will be tossed, but you at least have that opportunity, which you're not afforded now. Finally, on March 13th, we voted 52-0 on this one provision that we are adding back into this conference report, which removes the 5-day absentee ballot receipt rule, whereby I think we passed this during COVID in 2020, but you were allowed to, a mail-in ballot was allowed to be accepted up to 5 days after the election as long as it was postmarked by Election Day. We're getting rid of that. Now your ballot must be received by your registrar or by your clerk by 7 p.m. on Election Day. So we're getting rid of that 5-day time period, which clarifies another issue that Senator Sparks had. He had a very good question for me the other day, and I looked back into this. Previously, if we were going to allow a 5-day cure for individuals after the election, but we were also receiving ballots up to 5 days after the election, that was going to cause some confusion. It may have caused some irregularities and maybe some fairness issues, equal protection issues with people whose ballots may not be received up until 5 days after. Well, then they wouldn't be able to cure because our cure only allowed for up to 5 days after. So we're getting rid of the 5-day rule in this legislation. Again, that's something we passed 52-0 on March 13th. I know that's a long explanation, and of course it's an elections bill, so I expect some questions, but which I'm happy to take at this time.
Okay, Senator, you have a series of questions. We'll start with Senator Jordan. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, it seems like we're making it more complex. How many places and how many flaps do we have to sign? Why is it so complex to just vote? I know you're trying to make it simpler, but the average person, you're making it more difficult. Now, let's take it step by step. How many flaps you have to sign and how many boxes you have to sign?
Senator Jordan, I appreciate your question. That's probably due to me just talking too much up here when I'm explaining my bill.
No, you're not talking. I'm trying to understand what you're doing.
Right.
About all the boxes. Carry on.
Right. So currently you go to vote absentee,
yes,
by mail or in person, and you have to sign across a flap.
Yeah, I know that.
All we're doing is adding a box that also goes across the flap. You don't have to sign it more than one time. Your signature just will be in that box. So it shows an individual, instead of having a line that goes all the way across these big envelopes, it will be a box for their signature to make sure that they're signing across the flap.
Stop at that point, please. If I miss signing right across the flap, then I sign in the box. It's still the votes.
Well, the box will be across the flap, so your signature still must be across the flap. We're not changing that. We're just providing that box as a guidance for the absentee voter to know to sign across the flap. Because otherwise, if the clerk misses it, or if you get it mailed at home and you miss it, your ballot can be tossed for that reason.
There again, so you put the box over the flap.
That's correct.
Covers the flap. So if you miss signing across the flap, then you sign in the box. You're okay.
That's correct. Absolutely. Yes,
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I yield, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I see a couple of subsections here where we're going to allow for the incarcerated in prison to vote. How are you going to implement them getting their ballot, for the first question?
Okay, so it would be a mail-in ballot. I do believe currently some sheriffs that are outside of the county will help along with this process. So just to explain that further, currently, if you're incarcerated outside of your county, you can get an absentee ballot because you reside. You will be outside of your county at the time of the election. So you just click outside of the county. But for individuals who are incarcerated in their county, say if they're from Greene County and they're incarcerated in Greene County, they have no excuse to check a ballot and get an absentee ballot while they're incarcerated. Now it also mentions, I'll show, for instance, on line 770 to 772 would be an example to give you. It says, I am incarcerated in prison or jail in the county where I'm registered to vote, and this is key. It says, and have not been convicted of a disenfranchising crime. So if these individuals have been convicted of one of these disenfranchising crimes, then they will not be able to vote. But if they haven't been convicted of that,
jail. I mean,
well, Senator Seymour, do you understand that sometimes people are held in jail and they haven't even been tried yet? And we're disenfranchising those individuals that are in jail without a reason to do so. And that concerns me because we could open ourselves up to some very serious lawsuits if we have someone that has been incarcerated, that have not been convicted of a disenfranchising crime, but just because they're in jail, we're not going to allow them to cast a vote. And that's something that should concern all of us.
Thank you, Mr.
I appreciate your question.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for questions?
I certainly will.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator England, I think we've talked about before that it's pretty much general consensus that most of the voter fraud is in absentee ballots.
I haven't looked at that, but I imagine if there was going to be any fraud, I think absentee ballots would be a way to do that. And look, that's one thing that I've looked at this whole session is to try to make sure we don't have fraudulent opportunities in our elections.
But this bill is opening up more mail-in ballots.
This is not opening up more mail-in ballots, no ma'am.
Well, how are they going to vote?
How are we going to vote?
No, how are they going to vote if they're incarcerated?
Well, they would receive a mail-in ballot.
Okay, so it's opening up more mail-in ballots.
Okay, so if they're incarcerated, Senator Hill.
They're not going to take them to the polls to vote.
If you think that we should, well, I understand that. So we're disenfranchising individuals with no reason to do so, Senator Hill. We shouldn't be doing that.
I think Senator Wiggins was up here prior to you coming up here, and we talked about how that the jurisdictions, criminal jurisdictions don't talk to each other, and the records are in disarray, even at MDOC. So, I guess my question is with the agencies not talking to each other and people are getting fourth DUIs in the state or second DUIs in the state, when we go to look at it, somebody looks at it, it's really their fourth, not their second. What could possibly go wrong when we're adding a bunch more mail-in ballots? And also, for people that's been on call, I think are in here too, that they can do a mail-in ballot or absentee vote.
That's right, if they're on call.
And my husband has been on call for 42 years. Do you know he's never missed voting, and he's been on call for 42 years?
Senator Hill, we've had a lot of great stories about your husband. I'm so glad he's voted, and he does a lot of good things.
He's just the greatest thing ever. That's why I've kept him this long.
He certainly is, but I can tell you that we cannot disenfranchise someone without a reason to do so, and that's what we're working on here.
I'm just saying that more mail-in ballots, I don't think is what the people across Mississippi have been asking for, especially since the last election.
Well, I understand might not be asked for, but what people in Mississippi do expect is a right to vote.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you.
But they need to be able to get to the polls to vote.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized for a question.
Will we provide a notary for them in the jail?
I'm not sure if we will or not, but I know there's some instances where a notary is not required, but yes, I believe that, look, they have to provide a properly filled out, signed, documented, notarized ballot. If they don't get it, then their ballot will be tossed. If their ballot is not properly filled out and properly signed across the flap, and that they have not checked all the boxes they're required to check, then their ballot's not going to count. So that's not a question here, because we're making sure that these are still properly filled out mail-in ballots.
But this is part of, if I go to, I receive my ballot at my house, I fill it out, I've got to have it notarized before I mail it back in.
Right.
So if he's incarcerated, is the state going to do it, or is the county going to provide the notary?
I doubt there's a hard time finding notaries, but yes, they would have to have their ballot notarized if that's required. Yes, absolutely. We're not changing that.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Senator Bryant, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield, yes.
Senator Bryant, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Senator England, thank you for working on this piece of legislation. As an attorney, it's always been said that people are innocent until proven guilty, right?
That's correct, yes. That's the
So
American
if we're not going
standard.
to allow those people who are in jail to receive a ballot to be able to vote, then we have basically said that they are guilty even without having their day in the court of law. Is that correct?
You must be convicted of a disenfranchising crime for the state of Mississippi to tell you can't vote.
So if we deny an individual that right to vote before they go to court, before they have been convicted of a disenfranchising crime.
If they have not been convicted of a disenfranchising crime, then yes, this bill will be allowing them to receive a mail-in ballot.
And if we didn't do that, then as you previously said, wouldn't we be opening ourselves up for lawsuits by those individuals?
I would say yes, because we are not allowing someone who has not had their franchise and their suffrage rights taken away from them in any other way.
And the question has been asked about how would it be notarized. Would you agree that most sheriffs or most courthouses have access to a notary?
I would hope so, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A question.
Are you for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Senator Bryan's recognized.
I've observed the repeated references to a signature in the box, and I'm very concerned about that requirement. I have times I'm supposed to sign on a line, and I'm not sure my signature is actually on the line, but it's, over and above the line. But if my signature extends outside the box, in other words, one of the strokes of one of the letters is outside the box, will that be a reason to throw out my ballot?
I don't believe so, Senator Bryan, and I'll tell you why. Because the purpose of the signature is to be across the flap on the envelope. And we are also including in this measure a provision that you can cure for a signature reason. So if it does arise, you will still also have a reason to cure the ballot.
Well, several things. First of all, I've read, just briefly, the provision for curing a signature, and I may have missed it, but I can't find any explicit way where it says you can cure your signature, I guess by going back and signing inside somebody's, I don't know. But this is what concerns me. In any election, if we've got a ballot, preferably it would be either a duck or a horse. It's either good or it's not good, and there's no gray area. And any time there's a gray area, that creates concern, because whoever it is that's running the election can suddenly get very picky about votes or very lax about votes if there's some confusion. And given the scrutiny and the technicality and all of this, I can just see a situation where there will be a jurisdiction that will be looking carefully to see if any line goes outside the box, and if part of the signature is outside the box, that would be the basis for bouncing the ballot. And I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that the chair or anybody else involved in this process is trying to set that up, but my life is sort of a life in which whatever can go wrong will go wrong, and usually at the worst possible time. So I wonder if you had considered some language, and I don't know what it would be, to say the mere fact that a portion of the signature extends outside the box is not a basis for bouncing the ballot. And I wonder if there would be any objection to that language.
Senator Bryan, that's a good question, a good point, and it's something that we've looked at. And I will say that I'm willing to continue to look at this as we go forward, if that's something that concerns the members of this body.
Well, thank you. And just in the most general of terms, Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased with the legislation that's come out of your committee and the conference reports that are for us. So please don't mistake me for trying to pick nits, but you do understand my concern for unintended consequences coupled with the unfortunate atmosphere in which we all seem to be conducting elections these days.
I certainly do, and I can say that, and you know this as a member of the committee, that our intention is to not have ballots tossed for signature reasons when it may be confusing to get a signature across the flap. So that is the purpose of the box, but I certainly appreciate your question and your concerns.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose?
Question, please.
You for a question, Senator England?
I do, yes.
Senator Whaley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few questions. With the absentee voting, you said that there were going to be 2 more excuses allowed. Can you tell me what those 2 were again, please?
Yes, for individuals who are incarcerated within their county of residence that have not been convicted of a disenfranchising crime. That's number 1. Number 2 is for individuals who may be on call, like a heart surgeon or someone of that nature. So say they can't go sign an affidavit and swear under oath that they are working that day, but this allows them to swear under oath that they are on call and may be working that day, and this allows them an opportunity to vote absentee.
Okay. And also with the box, and I know that you pull the flap down and you would sign across the flap. So we're going to create a box for them to sign in, but they can still have the option, or there's still a chance that they could miss signing across the flap, correct?
Well, there is, but the rules still also say across the flap of the envelope. So again, the purpose of this is to give them I use the reference of bumpers at a bowling alley to make sure that they keep their signature where it is required to be for them to, for their ballot to be counted. And of course, the signing across the flap is to show that the ballot wasn't tampered with or opened improperly, because that's something that's looked at before the ballot is even put into a pile to be counted.
Okay, well, I can appreciate that. I just need a little bit of clarification
Yeah, absolutely.
on that point. But with the incarcerated part, and so when we go to the jails or wherever that is taking place, who administers the voting? So I know that they're sent from here. Listening to you, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. The ballots are sent to the prisoners within the jail, correct?
They are mailed however you mail a envelope to a prisoner in the jail. That's correct.
Okay. So they're received. Who administers the voting? Who would oversee the voting while it is being done within the county jail?
Well, so we have mail-in ballots that go to individuals that have instructions on them anyways. So when you get a mail-in ballot, you don't have to take it to your clerk and do it in front of your clerk. And you don't have to take it, you have to have a witness or a notary. And there's very specific circumstances where you can use a witness as opposed to a notary. But if the ballot is not filled out properly, it's tossed. But it would be that individual, that voter's vote to make.
But are they required to have a notary or a witness?
Oh, they would be required to have a notary.
They would be required to have a notary.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah. And look, I understand concerns, and I would be willing to bet that if a lot of you check your text message, your emails, you'll see that this was worked on with our Circuit Clerks Association, and they support it wholly, this conference report of 1406. If that makes a difference. If you'll look at emails or text messages, you probably have one, like I do, and like I know our other Jackson County senators do this morning from our circuit clerk.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I will, yes.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did receive a text from my circuit clerk, and I was prepared to vote for it, but I do have a question.
Yep, absolutely.
I see this at line 48, and I think the same text is at line 370. Your vote will be rejected and not counted if this envelope is not signed by you and an attesting witness in the boxes across the flap of this envelope.
Mm-hmm.
So how many boxes will there be, and will it be clear where the voter is signing as well as the attesting witness? Because
yes.
I was under the impression it was just going to be one signature.
Well, no, so if you have to have your attesting witness, also in those instances where you have to have a witness sign across the flap, that witness will have a box as well. Of course, when we draft things up, we can't really put documents and draw up the ballots how we do, but there are other states that do this process. So I do know that there are vendors that can provide these envelopes that have the boxes in the proper location, but it would be a box for each signature.
And so my concern would be for more of the elder population,
mm-hmm.
Where they can sign, but their hand may not be as steady as it should. And I've seen where they've had to execute on a line, and it doesn't look as if they know that they don't have the control to manipulate the pen the way that they did in the past. Mm-hmm. And so kind of, I guess, in tandem with Senator Bryan's question, if the signature is not confined to the box, is the ballot going to be rejected?
The intent of this, and this is important for me to make from this well right here, the intent is that the signature be made across the flap, and that is all. The box is just to provide a guideline for the voter to know that they are to sign across the flap. And that's, again, I don't have a copy of a ballot or where I could show you, but I do understand your question and your concern. But yes, that's the purpose of this box is to have the individual voter sign across the flap. And the purpose of that is to show that the ballot was not opened improperly, which can lead to fraud, and then resealed. So that is the purpose of having someone sign across the flap. It's not to have someone sign in a box and have their ballot rejected.
So does the reports indicate how large the boxes are going to be?
It does not. We say how large the envelopes have to be, but not how large the box has to be.
And is there going to be space on the envelope for multiple boxes to appear across the flap, and it's going to be large enough for a person to sign?
Yes, currently, just like there is currently a line across, the signature line goes across the flap for both the attesting witness and for the individual. There's room for that, so there would be room, because again, this box is not going to appear or require multiple signatures. It's just going to be across the flap at the exact same location that the signature line is currently.
But there could be two people that would have to sign in that space.
Well, not in one box. It would be, again, if there's two signature lines across the ballot, there would be two boxes across the ballot. If you show up in person to vote and sign your envelope, you would sign in the box there. You don't need an attesting witness because you're there at the clerk's office. But when there's in an instance where you need an attesting witness, then that is where you will find the other box. So it'll be two boxes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Senator Jordan. I'm sorry. Senator Jordan, do you have a question, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Mr.
Please
Chairman,
proceed.
Yes, I yield.
Can there be some language put there if you sign the signature across the flap and beyond the box that the vote still count? Because someone's going to get confused that if you sign, your signature go out of the box, then that vote doesn't count. But it ought to be some language put there so people will know. If you sign across the flap, the box is there to be absolutely sure you sign across the flap. Now, if your signature is so long it goes beyond the box, then it ought to be some language saying that you don't throw that ballot out, because some cases it will be thrown out after beyond the box. So we need something specific in writing to indicate that.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. And while I was taking your question, I also talked to our policy advisor here, and I want everyone to hear this because this is very important, and I'm glad that she clarified this for me. Not signing, if your signature appears outside of the box, that is not a reason to toss the ballot. Only if your signature is not across the flap is that a reason to toss the ballot. So that if your signature appears outside of the box, it's not going to be a reason for your ballot to be tossed. And I know there was a lot of questions that were on that, and so I appreciate our policy advisor, Ms. Robertson, informing me of that. No ballots will be tossed if the signature extends outside of the box. Again, the box is just a bumper to show the individual where they need to be signed to reduce confusion on the absentee ballot envelopes.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Seymour objects. Mr. Clerk, please call a roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson. I didn't hear what he said. Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Branning, Brumfield, Carter, Delano, Harkins, Hobson, McMahon, Polk, Rhodes, Sparks, Suber, Thompson, Wiggins, Younger. Voting yes or yea, Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Berry, Branning, Carter, Chisholm, Hill, McClendon, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Whaley, and Williams.
Senator Thompson, for what purpose?
To the vote?
Please proceed.
I vote no.
Thompson, no. Mr. Clerk. Bill passes 35 yea, 17 nay. Moving back to the calendar, Senator Polk. Pass and retain. Senator Sparks. Senate, we're on 84. Senator Sparks is recognized. Pass and retain. Senator Sparks, thank you. Senator England. We're on 95, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 95, Senate Bill number 2144 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2144, runoff elections, amend to lengthen the timing requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, my motion will be to adopt the conference report, and I ask to be allowed to explain.
Motion to adopt the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that changes your runoff elections from 3 weeks to 4 weeks. We debated this on March 7th and got 49 yay votes on that bill. We have the Senate version, so there's no change to municipalities on that, and that provision of this conference report goes into effect on January 1st of 2025, so it does not affect this year's elections. Also, we had HB 922, which makes elections commissioners nonpartisan. We passed that on April 8th, 39 to 11 in this chamber. We took out language the governor pointed out as having issues with, that being that we prevented parties from donating or from endorsing elections commission's candidates. That was an issue. The governor felt there were constitutional issues with that. We took that out. So now all we're doing is making elections commissioners nonpartisan on the ballot, and we're also changing their terms to coincide with the federal elections, mainly for the reason that you won't have circuit clerks and elections commissioners running in the same election, so you have elections officials that aren't running in the same elections. Also, Section 13 is our ban on ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting, which passed this body 37 to 14 on March 7th, and that's the exact same language from that bill in this bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I'm not sure if a code section was added to this, but I believe there's a new code section added, so I would like to call a point of order.
One moment, please. Which code section was that, Senator Hill?
Maybe 2315-193, and I'm not sure if it was in there previously. It may have been, but I don't think it was.
2315-193, Mr. Clerk. One moment, please.
Twenty-three 15-213 may have not been in there.
Yeah.
Upon review of the bill, your point of order is not well taken. Senator Tate?
Question.
You for a question, Senator England?
I will.
Please proceed.
I like everything with the bill, but I've got questions on line 174 through 176. It says that the commissioners shall be conservators of peace in the county with all the duties and powers of such. I get what it's saying, but do we have anywhere where it states what the duties and the powers of such conservators are?
We'll look at that and get you an answer on that very shortly.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Tate. Other questions? Seeing none. Senator?
Mr. President, my motion is that we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
I'm sorry, Senator Hobson. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Senator. Who you for a question, Senator England?
I will.
Senator Hobson's recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you. As it relates to Senator Tate's question a moment ago, this is a conference report, correct?
That's correct.
So if we pass this, this is going to be, unless held, it's going to the governor. So no time to debate the issues like the duties and powers of such, unless it's held, correct?
That's correct. I will say that this is the exact same language that we did pass 39 to 11 on April 8th. But if you can give me just one moment, I can get an answer to that, and I'm happy to hold it if we need to look at it further. If I can't get you an answer, I will certainly, as chairman, hold this on a motion to reconsider if it passes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Simmons?
Question, Mr. President.
You first question, Senator England? Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
I do yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. When the bill was before us the first time, did we ever vote on whether election commissioners should be nonpartisan?
That was in the bill, yes. We voted that the elections commissioners could be that elections commissioners will be nonpartisan, which is at the request of the Elections Commission Association. That was in the original bill voted on. It was HB 922. It was voted on April 8th in this body, 39 to 11.
HB what?
April 8th.
And what was the bill?
It was HB 922.
And what's the current status of that bill right now in the legislature?
That bill was vetoed by the governor.
And so we added the same language in this conference report that was vetoed by the governor?
Not the same language. We took out we read the veto message. The veto message said that there were that the governor felt there were constitutional issues with whether or not parties could endorse elections commissioners or speak out in favor of certain elections commissioners or make donations to elections commissioners. It was, I believe, it was a First Amendment issue whether we were restricting parties from that constitutional right or other party members from that constitutional right. We took that out. That is no longer in here. All that's in here in that portion of this conference report is that elections commissioners are to appear on the ballot as nonpartisan and are to run as nonpartisan, and then we restagger their terms to fit with the federal elections, which was also in HB 922 on April 8th. So again, the only thing we took out is what I referenced to you that was specifically pointed out by the governor as being his issue with this bill, with that bill.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question for my friend from Jackson County.
Do you yield, Senator?
I do.
Senator Wiggins is recognized.
I just want clarification to Senator Hobson's question, because you answered this was the same language as it passed the Senate, but my memory is that on the ranked choice part of this bit, we passed it here and it was killed in the House, and so now it's reappeared in this conference report, so it's not the same language.
For the portion that Senator Hobson was asking about, yes, that was the same language that was in House Bill 922. As you're well aware, Senator Wiggins, in conference reports, sometimes other sections are added for bills that did die. Ranked choice voting did go to the House, narrowly did not pass committee. I've since talked with my counterpart over there, and they asked me to insert that back in here as well. So that's section 13. So of course the conference report is not a direct reflection of what we passed as House Bill 922. This is a conference report.
Thank you. And so
yes,
the answer is, okay, you answered that.
That's right.
And so in other words, the ranked choice voting that got a full debate and pass over here, it didn't get a full debate in the House, correct? Because it died in committee.
It did not make it out of committee in the House, Senator.
Thank you.
Any other questions? One moment, please. Senator?
If you're ready for my motion, Mr. President, my motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. One moment, please. I'm going to read these slowly so that he can write them down as I go and the secretary can. Michelle, no. McCon, no. McClendon, no. Hill, no. Suber, no. Seymour, no. Ladner, no. S. Simmons, no. Jordan, no. Brumfield, no. Carter, no. Frazier, no. Thomas, no. Simmons, D, no. Blackman, no. Wiggins, no. McMahon, no. Norwood, no. Barnett, no. Kirby, no. Turner Ford, no. DeBar, no. Horn, no. Williams, no. Jackson, no. Hickman, no. Boyd, no. Parker, no. Butler, no. Blackwell, no. Whaley, no. Polk, no. Parks, no. Bryan, no. Branning, no. Blunt, no. Chisholm, no. Hobson, no. Delano, no. Sparks, no. Berry, no. Rhodes, no. Anyone else? Would you read the no votes, please, in case I miss someone? I'm sorry, Harkins, no. I'm sorry, Younger, no. Okay, we're going to read the no votes, Senate, so that we make sure we have everyone. Mr.
Voting,
Clerk?
yes, sir. Excuse me. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spar, Suber, Thomas, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
There were no names called.
Yes.
Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir? One moment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't hear my name called, but to that vote, I would be a no.
Senator Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote?
Yes, sir.
Please report me as voting no.
Johnson, no. Forty-six noes, the vote fails. Senator Fillingane, back to business. That may be a record.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 97, call it up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2180, Department of Public Safety, remove prior written approval for certain events and authorize enforcement of municipal code.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on lines 88 and 89, this language deals with the Department of Public Safety and the Capitol Police essentially having jurisdiction within the CCID. Currently, we're talking about the enforcement of violations of the City of Jackson's traffic ordinances related to the disturbance of the public peace, which occurs within the boundaries of the district. What this asterisk, that was the asterisk language that's being deleted, so you can see in line 87, 88, 89, when you read it now, it would be basically more encompassing. It would say that the Department of Public Safety may make arrests for any violations of any law of the state of Mississippi, And the Department of Public Safety may also make arrests for any violations of the City of Jackson's ordinances which occur within the boundaries of the district and within the boundaries of the City of Jackson. So it's sort of clarifying language so that you're not just talking about traffic ordinances or disturbing the peace. You're just talking about generally any ordinances within the City of Jackson or violations of the state law within the CCID. If you go on over to lines 122 and following, in that section, the asterisks are showing a deletion of the requirement, you'll recall, where if you're going to protest in front of a state-owned building or street or sidewalk, that you currently, within the City of Jackson, have to get or the CCID rather, you have to get a permit from the Department of Public Safety. Well, that's in litigation, and most folks feel like that's a violation of the First Amendment rights, so we're deleting that requirement that you have to seek permission and written permission from the Department of Public Safety or the Chief of Police of the City of Jackson in order to lodge a protest and to have some sort of demonstration in front of a government-owned building. And then in section 2, which begins on line 141 and following, we're talking about the change would be starting on line 161, subsection 2. Currently, the Chief Justice of the Mississippi Supreme Court shall appoint one CCID inferior court judge. This law report would change that to 2 full-time CCID inferior court judges. And in addition, the Chief Justice may appoint 1 part-time judge. Now, you'll notice it says may, not shall, because the idea would be we don't want to have judges just sitting there doing nothing. If there's not a caseload that demands it, then the Chief Justice can still stick with just the 1, or if the caseloads demand it, he could go up to 2 full-time and 1 part-time judge. So that's the reason there's a may versus a shall, because we didn't want to just appoint people randomly and then not have anything for them to do. So that gives a little discretion to the Chief Justice to determine the caseloads and then have up to 2 full-time and up to 1 part-time judge. And then it talks about on lines 170 in that paragraph, subsection 3 and following, that compensation for the 2 full-time judges would be not less than $10,000 less than the county court judge in Hinds County. That number comes to roughly $147,000. And the compensation on lines 175, 76, and 77 for the part-time judge would be an hourly rate based on, obviously, the number of hours she or he put in, determined by the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court. So that is what conference report on 2180 does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill that originally passed the Senate, I believe, dealt with the free speech language and getting permission that you mentioned.
Last session, I believe, not earlier this year.
Well, I think the bill we passed earlier this session, I know it dealt with the ability of the Capitol Police to enforce municipal ordinances.
Yes.
But the bill that originally passed, which I'm fine with, but the bill that originally passed the Senate this year, I do not think brought forward the language about appointing of judges by the Chief Justice.
You're right.
And that's the conference report has that, and that was added in conference.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Fillingate.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir? One moment, please.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Fillingate. Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were talking, you and I, just a while ago about the hourly rate. Is that going to be the hourly rate for what the judges would get paid? If you took the total amount of hours they worked as a full-time judge, you prorate it according to the time that part-time judge is working. Is that the rate that would be provided there?
Yes, sir. That is. We were discussing on the sidebar earlier. I was asking your thoughts on that since you handle the appropriations specifically, and I think that is my reading of it. It seems to be your reading of it as well. I guess the only other option would be if there was some standing order that the Chief Justice uses for part-time special appointments. If so, I don't know what that hourly rate would have been based on other than what you're describing, just sort of a pro rata share of an annual hourly type fee. I don't know.
Maybe today we can find out what they're paying the part-time judges.
Yes.
or the special judges for their work, and I would imagine it would be comparable. I just wanted to follow up on that if we could.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
for the question.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
question.
You here for a question, Senator
Yes, sir.
Fillingham? Please proceed, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fillingham, do you know whether or not the one inferior court judge has been appointed at this point?
I'm not aware. Actually, I missed a phone call yesterday from the Chief Justice, so he may have been calling to update me on that. I just didn't have a chance to connect.
So we don't know whether or not the one judge for the inferior court that was named last year has even been appointed.
Well, I think part of the reason for that is, as you know better than I, there was litigation involved and whether or not this was allowable under the law. And I think some of that litigation has now been concluded and determined that it was, in fact, allowed. So to the extent there was a delay in getting this appointment, I think part of that was not just dilatory on the part of the Chief Justice. I think he was probably waiting to see if, in fact, this was going to be allowed to move forward. And now that it has been cleared, it's my understanding that they can move forward. So if it has not been, I'm sure it shortly will be.
All right. And where will these people be housed?
Well, I think in the past they've been using space like at the Woolfolk building, things of that nature, unless an agreement can be reached with the circuit judges over in Hinds County at the courthouse.
And you do know that there are problems with the Hinds County Courthouse?
Oh, yes, sir. I've talked to several of the judges over there, and there are certainly problems. I know that locally they're trying to address some of those issues, not only for the CCID, but just for the circuit judges currently, elected in Hinds County. So they have some real challenges, but I think they're seeking to remedy those.
Well, and are you aware that not only at the local level, we're also seeking state resources to help with repairs and renovations at the courthouse?
Through excellent leadership of yourself and others from Hinds County and the legislature, yes.
Do you know whether or not there is money in the appropriations budget to handle the costs for these two inferior court judges and the part-time judge?
I do understand that I've spoken with Chairman Hobson, and this bill report would not be in front of you had he not signed off on the language.
All right, and do you know whether or not there's support staff for these judges that's included in that appropriation?
It would be, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your question.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fillingham.
Yes, sir.
Senator Fillingham, what's the requirements for, or the qualifications for the inferior judge?
They would simply have to be an attorney, and she or he would then be appointed by the Chief Justice of the Mississippi State Supreme Court.
Now, would they have to live in Hinds County or within the any specific locale within the county?
They would not. And of course, if you were trying to do a jurisdictional residency requirement for this particular district, I guess they would have to specifically live within the CCID, not just Hinds County or the city of Jackson, because they will only be hearing cases from within the confines or the boundaries of the Capital Complex Improvement District. So that's probably the reason there was not a residency requirement put in place, because that's a very compact area, and a lot of state buildings, not necessarily a lot of houses, residences within that footprint, although there are some. So I think that's probably the reason you did not see a requirement for a specific residency requirement within that very minute area.
Now, with the municipal judges, would that be any conflicts, I guess, between individuals that a municipal judge would see, or between and an inferior judge?
Not a conflict. I think, in fact, it probably will take a lot of pressure off of the already in place municipal judges, because they won't necessarily have to hear all the cases within the CCID, because the inferior court judges would be able to hear those and take that pressure off. I know there have been problems historically, not just here, but across the state, but certainly within Hinds County. So I think anything we can do to help relieve the backlog within the courts would be helpful, probably.
Okay. So all of the cases within the CCID would be heard by the inferior judge.
They would be within the CCID, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. When we considered the bill last year, there was language, Chairman Fillingham, that any person convicted in the CCID inferior court may be placed in the custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections Central Mississippi facility. Is it anything in this conference report that would change that?
No, sir.
And I know you understand or you remember the concern that was expressed last year was that in all of our inferior courts or municipal or justice courts all over the state of Mississippi, when individuals are in fact convicted, they are not actually housed at MDOC.
Understood. I think as we had those fulsome discussions within this chamber, there was an issue with the jail facilities that currently serve this particular area. I think that you don't have, in many instances, approved holding facilities. You don't have a jail that meets the very basic requirements for housing persons. So it's not a situation where you're trying to punish anyone by not placing them as close to the situs of their residence or the crime as possible. It's merely a situation where you don't have adequate jail facilities or holding facilities for those individuals. So it's certainly not meant to be punitive anyway. It's merely trying to make sure that any individuals that are being held and are being convicted and then housed under the order of that conviction are housed in a way that that meets the basic minimum requirements set out by law.
And in the municipal courts that are already set up in the city of Jackson,
yes, sir,
those judges do not have the authority to send people convicted in those courts to MDOC, correct?
I guess it would be depending on the crime. Certainly for these minor type, traffic violations, things of that nature, you're not, I think, usually looking at, housing anybody anyway. You're talking about fines being issued. But if it certainly rises to the level of incarceration, certainly you want to make sure that those people are housed in a place that meets the basic minimum requirements.
And I'm glad you said that, but the actual traffic infractions, they were not my concern. My concern was more so a crime that's not a traffic infraction, but also a crime that is not a serious crime, like a felony, which would require a year or more in custody. So from my understanding, if I'm not mistaken, all of these, the inferior courts and the Jackson municipal courts as they currently are constructed will be hearing traffic infractions as well as misdemeanor crimes. Correct. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Follow-up question.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fillingham, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. To Senator Simmons' questions, the types of cases for these inferior courts would be what?
Well, when you turn back and you're looking at earlier in the conference report, like on lines 80 and following, we're talking about Department of Public Safety having primary jurisdiction relative to both municipal law enforcement as well as any violations of state law. Now, if you're asking specifically about Section 2 of the bill, which is where you're talking about these courts being set up within the CCID, it states on lines 152, and they shall have the same jurisdiction as municipal courts to hear and determine all cases charging violations of the motor vehicle and traffic laws of the state and violations of the City of Jackson's ordinances or municipal code that accrue or occur in whole or in part within the boundaries of the Capital Complex Improvement District. So if you're talking specifically about these judges that we were discussing earlier, those are the infractions that you're talking about, which would be, again, charging violations of motor vehicle, traffic laws of the state, and violations of the City of Jackson's ordinances or municipal code. So I guess it really is a very case-specific instance as to which violation of the city's ordinances or code you're talking about and what those penalties are. In my estimation, you're talking about very minor type misdemeanor offenses. You're not really talking in city ordinance or code about, violations of state law.
Okay, so if I follow what you're saying, and someone from the Highway Patrol makes an arrest that is not a traffic arrest or a misdemeanor arrest, but is a felony, and they are authorized to make arrests for violations of state and local law in and outside of the CCID area within the city of Jackson's boundaries. Is that correct?
Right.
All right, so if I follow what you're saying, if the Highway Patrol, for example, were to make an arrest and it's beyond a misdemeanor or traffic fine, then it would go to the normal booking procedure and locating of prisoners and running of the cases through circuit court. That would be what if it was a felony arrest, they couldn't bring the arrested person before the inferior court if it's a felony arrest.
Not in that subsection that we're talking about specifically. You're talking about, again, traffic violations. You're talking about motor vehicle traffic laws of the state and violations of the City of Jackson's ordinances or municipal code. Now, if you're talking about generally in the Capitol Police, what they're able to do, I think we're kind of jumping back and forth between the CCID courts versus Capitol Police, and I don't want to mislead you. I mean, the Capitol Police, within the broader law, can certainly enforce all the state laws within the CCID that they were to find in violation. But now, where are those cases heard? I think that's a different question, so I don't want to confuse myself or you or anybody else. Within the CCID, Capitol Police has jurisdiction and authority, primary authority, and then of course JPD still has secondary authority as well to make arrests and to take people into custody. But if you're talking about then what did the CCID judges, what are they hearing, then I think I would refer you over to Section 2 of the bill, and it's very clear about what the inferior court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine all preliminary matters and criminal matters authorized by the law for municipal courts that occur in whole or in part within the boundaries of the Capitol Complex Improvement District. Those are the issues, preliminary matters that these inferior court judges will be handling.
All right, so with JPD having the secondary position and they make an arrest that is subject to the inferior courts of CCID, does JPD have to turn that matter over to the inferior court if it's within CCID?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and what types of fines would be assessed?
Now that's up to your city code, which I would defer to you, what your City of Jackson municipal code and city ordinances, what the fines. I'm sure they vary greatly depending on the type of infraction, but and it probably would even vary as if it's a first offense or a secondary or further offense.
Okay, and where would the revenue for the fines that are assessed by the inferior courts within CCID?
What was the question?
Where would the revenue and restitution that would be assessed by the inferior courts?
We don't change any of that, so it would still go to the City of Jackson.
It would still go to the City of Jackson?
Yes, sir. The state is paying for these courts.
Right, but the state is not keeping a portion of the revenue.
That's not my understanding, no.
And are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So the guilty party would have to turn around and go to, I guess, the municipal administration building to pay whatever fines assessed by the inferior court.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question.
EEO, Senator?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. We keep hearing inferior court. The reason that is, and people may not know, that's in the Constitution, correct?
Right.
So the term inferior court is a constitutional court.
Correct.
And just on that lines, and I think people are aware there's a lawsuit. This came out from last year. There's a lawsuit, and this stuff was not ruled unconstitutional.
That's
Is that correct?
It was upheld, yeah, that's constitutional.
Yes, thank you, it was upheld.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then actually, in line 162, it simply says may, meaning within the discretion of the Chief Justice.
Right, and the reason we went back and forth on shall versus may, and I think the prevailing thought was you don't want to just appoint a rote number of people just because you are required to in a statute. If that caseload doesn't exist, if there's no work for said judges to be doing, there's no point in the state wasting money having one. But at the same time, if it's needed, if those positions are warranted by the caseloads, we wanted to empower the Chief Justice to have up to 2 full-time and up to 1 part-time as the caseloads warrant.
And going back to the case, there is, the Chief Justice has the power to make, in certain situations, appointments of judges.
Right, sure.
Which is, and so this is simply, in essence, that's what the court ruled, or didn't rule it unconstitutional.
Right, you have appointments, special chancellors on election contests, for instance, already. In many instances within the law, you have where people have recused themselves. I know I'm familiar with annexation cases in the past. A lot of the locally elected judges in many instances don't want to hear an annexation case because they feel like it's too political and they can't be, unbiased on those issues. So in many of those instances, you already have the authority of the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court to make special appointments. So this would be just an extension of that type of special appointment power.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hill, did you have a question, ma'am?
I do.
Is it you, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Hill, last question.
Thank you. I'm looking at the language that was stricken about the permits, lines 123 through 132, and I think it's good that you struck that language, but I'm looking at also another statute that's on the books that basically says that it's illegal to block a street or a sidewalk where normal pedestrian or vehicular traffic can't get through.
Yes,
so I guess my question is, now that there's not going to be a permit, and which I think this was written poorly to begin with, because it says that would reasonably block a street or a sidewalk, which the law says we can't do that anyway. But I guess my question is, we would want to make sure that Capitol Police knows that now that there's not going to be a permit, and if a protest erupts somewhere, that it is already illegal under 973523 to block a public sidewalk or a public roadway.
Absolutely, and thank you for asking that question, because there had been some debate about, of course, balancing First Amendment protections. We don't certainly want to inhibit anybody with their constitutional rights of protesting, regardless of what they're protesting or why they're protesting, but you must protest within a lawful manner. And I think the previously written requirement that you must first seek permission, like a Mother May I situation, before you could protest something that you're opposed to, kind of rubs us the wrong way as constitutional people, and we want to make sure everyone's rights are protected. But I also understand that there were instances not too awfully long ago where there was a protest and around the governor's mansion, and the governor and his family were present, and they were blocked in, essentially. They felt prisoners in their own home.
Yes.
And certainly I would reiterate your thoughts and your statement, which is, if someone is blocking a driveway and it trapping someone literally within their home, they're trespassing, and they can be removed and they can be jailed for committing those laws. Trespasses.
I agree. And in the past, I think Senator McMahon and I, maybe some other people, have had bills filed to try to strengthen this code section that I just referenced, because currently it's a misdemeanor punishable by $400. But I think maybe in the future, we could look at putting some conditions in there and raise the penalty for instances like you're saying, when somebody's blocked in their own home, or whether or not you're out there on I-55 doing donuts or blocking traffic, or if an emergency vehicle can't get by. I mean, just if somebody can't get to work because you won't move out of the way, I think we need to make sure that we have adequate mechanisms in the state of Mississippi to deter that, so that we won't have to see that happening. But thank you for what you're doing. I think that this section that you're striking out was already in direct conflict with this other statute that I just read, because it basically said they could get on the sidewalks and the road, which is a no-no based on that other statute. So.
Right, and I will just thank the Lieutenant Governor and his leadership. He wants, and discussions I've had with him and his staff, they certainly want to protect, and we all do,
yes,
everyone's First Amendment rights to protest, to picket, to do whatever you need to do under the First Amendment. At the same time, your rights stop where someone else's rights are infringed. And so if you are a hostage in your own home, that is not okay. That is not within the bounds of the law. And if you're putting someone in harm's way or in jeopardy in some way, you can and should be arrested and removed.
I agree. And I've been really encouraged by the Lieutenant Governor's willingness to do what's needed to be done to keep us safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's not a question, Senator Hill. All right, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you. The motion would be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no? I'm sorry, Senator Horn. Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
2180. Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Latner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Spark. Suber. No. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Chazanall. Parker. Thompson. Whaley. Voting yes or yea: Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Latner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I vote aye.
Parker, aye. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk. By a vote of 36 yeas, 16 nays, the bill passed. Senator Pope. I'm sorry, Senator McMahon.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
I would ask in the West Gallery for Nick Fulton and his family to stand. Senators, we have someone here today, a special guest. There are 11,000 pawn shops in the United States of America. And in 2023, Nick Fulton and his family, the owners of USA Pawn here in Jackson, Mississippi, were nominated and elected the #1 pawn shop in these United States of America. Let's give him a big hand to his Senate.
Congratulations, Nick. Thank you very much. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to hold item number 95, Senate Bill number 2144, on today's calendar on a motion, please. Motion to reconsider.
To the chairman, which is you, Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 7 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on item 7. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3058, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, fiscal year 2025, reappropriate to certain agencies.
Move adoption of the conference report. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the reappropriation of ARPA dollars for last year, and it's a list of items, just putting the funds back in the agencies. I'll run through them real quickly, but as we frequently do, we reappropriate the dollars that have yet to be spent that the agencies expect to spend over the course of the next fiscal year. We're sending $61,692,892 to Department of Employment Security. We're sending $440,194,638 to DEQ, $2,007,857 to DFA for tourism. By the way, DEQ is for the the municipality and county water infrastructure grant program. DFA is for tourism purposes. The first one is for Accelerate. We also are sending back $8,322,496 to DFA for the Colleges and Universities Grant Program Fund. Next was $245,903,075 to DFA for Bureau of Buildings, Real Property, and other eligible projects at state agencies, community colleges, and IHL. $30,126,947 to the Department of Health for the Hospital Sustainability Grant Program. $2,455,593 Department of Health for operational expenditures. $8,724,417 Department of Health for Hospital Expanded Capacity Program. $20,494,394 Department of Health for the Local Provider Innovation Grant Program. $352,719,368 Department of Health for the Rural Water Associations Grant Program. $48,538,956 to CPS for eligible operation expenses. $51,184,151 for the Coronavirus Loss Revenue Fund to UMMC for the new nursing building. $5,691,235 for the same fund to UMMC for the adolescent psychiatric facility and equipment. $51,159,452 to the Department of Mental Health, assisting with behavioral mental health needs and operational expenses. $12,227,209 to the National Guard for eligible projects. $13,364,487 to DPS for eligible projects. $659,800 to District Attorney staff and additional salaries, office expenses for temporary legal assistance in support of personnel to respond to COVID-19. $442,059 to State Public Defender's Office for salaries, office expenses, and temporary courts and responded to COVID-19. $6 million for the Post-Secondary Educational Financial Assistance Board for providing skilled nursing homes and hospital nurse retention loan repayment program. $10 million for the DFA for the Independent Schools Infrastructure Grant Program. No funds are to be used for employee premium payments, and that is an explanation. Funds appropriated shall be paid by the State Treasurer, State Fiscal Officer, issue warrants upon requisitions. This is effective July 1, 2024. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This fund that we're reauthorizing, all of this has been authorized in the past.
Correct.
And some of this may or may not actually get obligated. We don't know. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's just quickly, I think Senator Polk has explained this. We've got a spillover account for the ARPA funds that are not utilized. And to be utilized, they have to be committed by the end of the year, and they have to be completed by the end of 2026. Now, we've got it that if they can't have this committed by October 1, 2024, this would all spill back over into the first $10 million going to the expenses, the operational expenses for the administration of the full amount of the ARPA bill, and then the ARPA Act, and then the remainder would go to MDOT for maintenance.
Okay, so every dollar of ARPA money that does not get obligated by the end of the year, aside from the 10 million that's going basically toward compliance of ARPA, will pour over into the maintenance fund at MDOT.
Correct.
How do we normally fund the maintenance fund at MDOT?
Well, you know, for you say normally, going back, I mean, it was always just the money they had in their budget from their gas taxes.
Well, the gas taxes, though, you appropriate that, but that's collected, sent to the federal government, then they send us back our part. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we've actually put general fund dollars in for maintenance in the past.
Oh, yeah, put a lot.
Okay.
In, yeah.
So this would be
and capacity projects too.
Okay, because a dollar is a dollar, whether it's an ARPA dollar or whether it's a general fund revenue dollar that we scratch around and find a few extra to put in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if our compliance people have found an ARPA project to be not in compliance, they're going to advise the agency that's running that ARPA program not to reimburse them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we may not know that until later this year when we're already out of session, God willing.
Yeah, that's right.
You mentioned non-restricted funds, lost revenue. What was the total amount of lost revenue for the money we received? We had 1.8 billion. Seems like I remember it's 250 million or something like that.
There was a substantial amount. Let me see if Corbin has that exact amount. I thought it was more than that, but he said 73 million previously, and then we've done some this session.
Okay, but the total amount that was determined as unrestricted dollars at the beginning of the ARPA project process was a couple $100 million, if I remember correctly.
Probably so, and we,
All right.
250 total,
All right.
yeah.
But we do have some unrestricted ARPA dollars left.
Yes, some we sent this session, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And my question is, because our compliance officer is going to decline $1.5 million for the city of Fulton that they did for the match program for small municipalities, then I don't understand why we can't appropriate unrestricted dollars that would not have the compliance company's non-seal of approval to make somebody whole who did what we asked them to do.
Well, I think as you may recall, the agreement with the company that was doing the auditing or compliance, if you will, was that they would take care of anything that was improperly approved. So anything that was done, any project we committed to, they would either say it's up or down, you know, it either complies or it doesn't comply. If they say it complies and it turns out that it didn't comply and the federal government says you got to sweep this back, that company committed to take care of that. So I would imagine they're probably pretty strict in determining what they think applies and not applies. And I think on some of those projects, I think the one you're referencing, I felt like they didn't, I don't remember all the details, but I think there were some state and or federal compliance issues that prohibited a handful of communities that were unable to get the ARPA match.
Yes, and that goes back to my point, is the match is restricted ARPA dollars, of which the compliance company, who's going to be super conservative because we say that they're going to have to pay it back, but we also tell the city of Fulton, if the state gets clawed back, they're going to have to pay it back. Surely we're not going to collect $3 million for the 1.5. So I'm just curious why in some of those type situations we can't take unrestricted dollars that have not been appropriated, or take the $10 million that's not going to go to private schools that's in this bill again, and go ahead and just put it out of its misery because that case is not going to be resolved before December 31st of this year. And that would be my question / concern.
Sure. Well, if the case is not resolved, the funds will spill over back to, first to the payment of the compliance company and second to MDOT maintenance, like anything else. So, the case has got to be resolved first, and then they've got to be able to commit the project with assurance that it can get done timely. Those were water and sewer projects too. So I don't know how they're going to be able to do that, frankly, but maybe they can. Maybe they've got something that's shovel ready.
But again, it goes back to whether it's restricted or unrestricted dollars. If that $10 million, which we know is not going to be out of the court system, it's going to be clawed back. And if it's an unrestricted dollar, then we could fix the problem we had with cities who tried, particularly smaller ones, who tried to honor the commitment that we made to them. And that would be the simplest way to do it if those dollars are unrestricted, because the $10 million is not going to go to where this bill says it's going to go. And it's going to go to the very compliance officer who is wound so tight because they're on the hook financially to not approve the project. And they're telling me the money that was spent on phase 1 and 2 is braided to the money on phase 3, and I just can't see the city of Fulton, taking a $1.5 million pop across the jaw when there's $10 million in this bill that is not going to go to where it's appropriated. And I appreciate your patience for my question, but it's pretty serious for the city of Fulton.
I understand. I think I will say that in consultation with the elbow staff, there were concerns of those communities that failed in compliance because of the MP tap.
That's correct.
And also concerns that if that issue is opened up, there are a lot of other communities that are out there that may not be part of the mix. So if it's a matter of fixing Fulton, maybe not a big deal, but it's a matter of fixing 80 communities across the state, where's the money going to come from?
That number today is, because we've tried to ascertain, appears to be 5 to 6 million.
Well, and that's as of today.
That's as of today, yes,
that's
sir.
That's the problem, is we don't know that if we're excusing the MP tap, or we say that any community that failed in compliance, which may not be known until a later date, you're not going to know what the number is.
Yes, sir.
You may end up having more money than we've got in the fund, and then we can look back and go, whoops, what are we going to do? We're out of session. There's not enough money to cover all the cities and counties that may have the MP tap problem, and that's going to create an uncertainty that we can't control. And then they have to have it committed by the end of the year or paid, and we don't have any money there to pay it, and then you can have more frustration and I think for the communities, look, I get it. I understand where you're coming from on those communities, and there may be some other resolutions that are available, but think about the communities that may find out a week from now, if we're out of session, that they fall in the same boat that a Fulton does, and they didn't get the money, but Fulton got it, or other communities got it.
Well, and the compliance company that we're paying, and I won't even ask what we're paying them, ought to be able to tell us today who they're going to approve and who they're not. Today. Go ahead and tell it. And then we can make that decision. But even if what you said is going to happen, happens, and let's say it's $50 million and everybody in this chamber gets a phone call over the fall saying their community's not going to get the money, we still put $1 into MDOT maintenance, which generally comes out of our general fund, so we can be made whole. It's still $1.
Didn't generally come out of our general fund because it was coming out of the MDOT fund that was comprised of gas taxes. So your state portion of your gas taxes and what the federal government sends back through matches on the federal gas tax. So I think that's been especially for the newer members that may think there's always been this chunk of money out there for maintenance and capacity. That's not the case. You go back to when I started and we were struggling. In fact, there was one year, I think right before I got here, where they took a few $100 million out just to make the budget work that year. A few $100 million out of MDOT's budget back in 2007 or so before I got here.
But whatever fails is going to pour over, and that's $1 that goes in. That's $1 we didn't have to appropriate out of general fund. But again, my main concern is the $10 million in this appropriation bill could cover every issue we know of today, and you'd still have about $4 million left over. And maybe that's all, but maybe the compliance company we're using could say $10 million is enough. but we're appropriating an additional $40 million, $30 million to rural water, and they'll have the exact same issue, that some of that may get clawed back. And I don't know how in the world they're going to get it done by the deadline day, but that's fine.
I agree. And, you know, we had a Senate position and the House had a House position on ARPA funds, and Senator Polk was the lead on negotiating the ARPA deal, and we got things in there that we like, and the House got things in there that they liked, and that's the way it works up here, unfortunately. I wish it were that, you know, we each could get everything we like, but in negotiations, that's where we landed on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Just a friendly question.
You ready, Senator?
I
Senator Hill, you're
appreciate the friendly
recognized.
question.
My memory is not as great as it once was, like Toby Keith said, I'm not as great as it once was. How long has the compliance company been looking at these proposals? What's the timeline that they've had to decide whether or not they're going to approve these last ones?
You know, it started sometime after we implemented ARPA, and
So it's been a
ongoing.
good while.
It's been a good while.
It's been a good while.
I can't tell you exactly, but
But they still can't tell us what they're going to approve and what they're not going to approve.
Well, there's some, I think, that are still being assessed. I mean, we actually have had some projects that have changed a fair bit between the time we started session and where we are now.
Okay.
And even like, for instance, I'll give you an example, the hospital sustainability grant.
Yeah.
When we came in here, it was
Right.
one number, if you remember, and now
Right.
it's a much lower number because some have gotten approved along the way, and there's still a few more that are pending that they expect to approve. So, you know, I don't know exactly how it works at the compliance company, but I know that they have got a lot of projects. You think about all the rural water projects, all the city and county projects, the hospitals.
I understand.
And other things. I'm sure.
The wheels of bureaucracy do move slow. I totally get it.
They're probably loaded up, their wagon's loaded, as they say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Chair.
One moment, let's vote on the bill.
If no other questions, I'll move adoption of the conference report
All in-
by use of the morning roll call.
That's correct. Excuse me. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Voting no. Simmons, no. McClendon, no. Hickman, no. Blackman, no. Blunt, present. Simmons, no. Jordan, no. Brumfield, no. Frazier? Frazier, present. Jackson, no. Chisholm, present. Horn, no. Butler, no. I'm sorry. Horn, present. Butler, no. Thomas, present. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. With the noes noted and presence noted. Okay. We'll go back to the calendar, Senate. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. Senator Butler, you're recognized for introduction out of order, and then Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like for the Senate to welcome Calvin Williams, who's over in the North Gallery, serves on the board of Hines Community College Board. Let's welcome him here today.
Welcome. Okay, Senator Harkins.
I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration number 21 on today's calendar.
One moment, please. 21, Senate. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to go to item 21, House Bill 1764, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1764 sales tax revised rate regarding certain oil, gas, and other mineral resources, services, equipment, and materials.
I'd like to recognize Senator Carter to explain the conference report.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the oil field and drilling services tax bill. There's two different rates. The drilling services at 3% currently, and the oil field services at 7%. It's caused a bunch of confusion at DFA, so they've asked the Oil and Gas Board to get with the legislature to find a tax rate that they feel like will be good on all services combined. That way they're not having to figure out what is on the oil field or what is what drilling things need to be taxed. So we've come up with a 4.5% tax rate for all the services, and that's the explanation of the conference report.
4.5%. Yep, I just want it on the screen so everybody knows. Senator Hill.
Question.
You go for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hill's got you're recognized for a question.
I'm trying to look through the strike-through version. I see that the sales of equipment for any type of exploration or working with oil and gas and minerals is 4.5% in this bill. And then it says operators that rebuild sales of equipment and materials to non-operating working interest owners on behalf of a joint account through the joint interest billing where the sales tax has been paid or accrued by the operator shall not be charged a sales tax on the joint interest billing as services income. I don't understand a bit of that. I don't know what a joint interest billing.
It's so the operators. What was happening was the operators were.
So they just don't want to pay sales tax on it twice if they resell it?
Right. That's what's happening.
I got you. They don't want whomever they're selling it to have to pay tax on it again.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Carter?
I move we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Harkins, did you have anyone passed? Okay, back on the calendar, Senate. We were at We were at 98 on the calendar when we recessed a short time ago. Senator Boyd passed and retained 99. Senator Branning. Senate, we're going to 102 on the calendar, page 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2634 and ask that the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2634, Memorial Highways, designate segment in Shannon Lee County as the Johnny R. Patterson Memorial Highway.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report, please.
You're recognized, Senator.
This is a memorial highway bill that we held back just for late projects, and the two additions that came out of conference include a highway in Bolivar County known as the Matt Grimmett Memorial Highway and a highway in Jones County to be known as the Paul Hollofield Memorial Highway. Happy to yield for questions, otherwise I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object? We should be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Branning. Page 14, next one would be Senator Chasnow. Senator Chasnow, well, it's 108, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up that bill and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2696, Mississippi Main Street Grant Program, amend administration of and qualifications for.
I move adoption of the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that was passed out of the Senate, and the only change that we did have is that the granting authority has gone to the Mississippi Development Authority instead of the Department of Finance and Administration. And this also says that those applicants that did not receive a grant the prior year shall have priority in the following year as they're considered for grants. Any grants shall not exceed $500,000 per community per year, and grant recipients are required to cover at least 20% of the total project cost. Municipalities and other eligible recipients within a municipality with a population of less than 10,000 are required to have a local cash match of 10% for the first $100,000 and 20% for any amount over that. And there is also a provision in this that says recipients must comply with all applicable property laws, regulations of the Mississippi Department of Archives and History, and any other agency or department relating to the property. And if there are no questions, I suggest passage by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Senator Seymour?
Question, Mr.
Here
President.
you go, Senator.
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're taking away the local from having to have any skin in the game.
I'm sorry, repeat that. I didn't understand you.
You're talking about the way it was set up, there's a match that's been involved in the past.
Yes, and any grantee has to pay a match in the amounts that I explained, 20% for communities over 10,000, 10% for communities under 10,000.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator, we're ready for your motion. Senator Chasnoff?
Passage by the morning roll call, please, Mr.
Use the
President.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Opposed voting no. Present. Seymour, present. Simmons, present. Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call, 2 present. Senator Sparks. 111, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have number 111, Senate Bill 2717, called up for the conference report, and like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2717 clears up some conflicting language we had with a executive officer at the Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation. 3 years ago, roughly, when we created the Office of Workforce Development, also known as Accelerate, we also created a deputy commissioner for workforce development at the Mississippi Department of Corrections. That position was also, as the code reads currently, to be the executive officer of the Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation. No one has ever been hired for that particular pen at MDOC, so the first thing we do in this bill is we're going to remove that Deputy Commissioner for Workforce. After 3 years of the Office of Workforce Development, also known as Accelerate, working with our community colleges, with our career coaches, with our schools, we have empowered them to be the workforce oversight across the state, and we believe that should also be for those who are incarcerated. We believe that the workforce skills developed to help people lower recidivism rates are different than work jobs that people have often when they are incarcerated. So that's the first thing we do. The second thing we do is that the Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation is governed by a 5-member board, including the Commissioner of Corrections, the Executive Director of the Office of Workforce Development, and the Executive Director of the Mississippi Community College Board. There are 2 appointments. They're currently made by the Commissioner. Those appointments, as you'll see in Section 2, would be from the faith-based community, but the Governor would now make that appointment, and the business community, the Lieutenant Governor, make that appointment. It seemed a little bit majority if you serve on the board and you also have 2 appointments on the board and there's only 5 people on the board. So we believe that that would be better to help that board reflect. And that board would select and hire their executive director. And then all of the language that you see beginning approximately on line 209 is the same language that the Deputy Commissioner of Corrections position that we're removing with this bill would do in collaboration with the Office of Workforce Development. So that language is simply moved over here to where it would be more appropriate. And of course, they're going to work with the Office of Workforce Development. That would be a brief explanation of the bill, or excuse me, the conference report. I would move adoption of the conference report, and I would yield any questions.
Okay, questions? Senator Sparks, you did good because there are no questions.
If there are no questions, I'd move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would ask we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of number 84, House Bill 1567.
Okay, you want to go back just a second?
Yes.
One moment. 1 second, please. 84, Senate. That's on page 11. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're on 84, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this bill, we do several things as it relates to different programs that came along during the ARPA period. There is no money in this bill. These are actually just the vessels in which they operate. The first of which deals with our career coaches. If you notice, the pilot word has been stricken because that was a pilot program. It's been very successful. This is just language that program would continue. The second is the Nurse Navigator Program. Again, a program that we did with ARPA funds. This is just making this, as funds are available, to be operated through the Office of Workforce Development. Section 3 is individual training account, workforce reinforcement assistance. This is again working with the Office of Workforce Development, who are seeking employment in high-wage, high-demand industries. And this is a program we're setting up, but it has not, does not have a funding mechanism in this particular bill. Section 4 would authorize the Department of Rehabilitation Services to have a paid internship from their own funds. That would be of their own funds. That is just a permission. Section 5, through the remainder of the bill, addresses a paramedics recruitment and retention scholarship program. This is something where we're trying to get EMTs moved through the process to rise to the level of paramedics. This is something that, again, we had looked at with ARPA funds. There are some community colleges particularly who have purchased equipment to help facilitate this. And once again, that is a program that is subject to funding. That's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. President. I would move for adoption of that conference report, but I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Back to 113, Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins, 115. Senate, we're on 115, page 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 115, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2764, Manufactured Homes, create affidavit of ownership.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you see on the screen, the House receded from its amendment, and so the report is simply the Senate bill that we already passed. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report using the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Wiggins and Jennifer. Senator Wiggins on 118, sir.
Go to item, excuse me, go to item 118, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2792, foster care and adoption, revised provisions related to, per recommendation of task force.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report, and I'll be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that was from the task force report that had recommendations to handle our foster care and adoption procedures. Very well supported by what I call all the stakeholders. The one big change in the conference report is if you look at item line 471 to 477, the Attorney General's Office and Child Protection Services came together and have agreed on this language, which the conferees were fine with, about representation in our CPS cases. And I want to state I appreciate them coming together and working through this so that we could have a good piece of legislation that also helps our children. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Friendly question.
You answer, you respond, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Hill's recognized.
I'm looking at the waiving the fee, which I think is good. My question is, there have been some bills through here to increase filing fees in Chancery Court. Are these the current fees under current law? I don't see anything underlined in the fees.
Where are you looking?
I'm just looking all through the bill where it gives you filing fees.
Let me say this, if there's nothing underlined,
Right,
then that's
I'm not seeing anything underlined.
That's not changed.
Okay. So if those fees were raised, this bill would have to conform to it, correct?
I would leave that to council, but
Okay.
I would say yes.
All right.
Good God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Please proceed.
Senator Wiggins, if you could just help me on the lines that you pointed us to, what's the intent of CPS here? Are they planning to have an attorney show up for every proceeding or certain proceedings? I think the language says they can hire somebody or have an agency represent them at any stage in the proceeding.
Okay, so, and let me say, it's the intent of both CPS and the Attorney General's Office that this language get carried out. If you recall, I think it was last year, a year before, for various reasons, the legislature made CPS a party in every case, okay? There's been discussions about getting the children through TPR procedures. The AG's office comes in, okay? Both the Attorney General and the CPS are now doing a pilot program where we have appropriated or are appropriating money for them to carry out this pilot program to work together to get these children through. And so the intent of this language is that that CPS will be a party, will be able to represent themselves and have the best representation from the Attorney General's office.
So I totally get it and I appreciate it because, as you know, I don't know if we discussed it, but of course there is a huge disconnect because AG's office come in at the very end, get TPR, terminate parental rights, and then there are issues in the case and all that. So I guess my question, is this enabling language for them to do a pilot? Because my question is, are they going to hire a whole lot of new attorneys, or is this enabling language for them to try to pilot and see how that works and then span it throughout the state?
I guess let me phrase it this way. They're already doing this pilot. Okay, this is not enabling legislation for that pilot. Okay, it is enabling legislation to allow this. I inquired and spoke with the commissioner about, I think, your point, which is this going to require us to hire attorneys? Or are we going to have to do that? She told me no, because they can work with the money they're being given and along with the Attorney General's attorneys to do what they need to do. So and put another way, because of this legislation, they do not need any new attorneys.
And I guess I'm just thinking, I'm guessing that would just require them to follow the paperwork, because I mean, they wouldn't, of course, with the attorneys they have now, be able to show up everywhere and be at every part of the proceeding. So they'll be in, I'm guessing my kids be able to follow paperwork and have up to date and alert when things aren't going right and things of that nature. I'm just trying to wrap my head around them being able to do this with the current amount of attorneys and stuff they have currently.
No, that's a good question, and I brought that up, and they have assured me that with the pilot program and the funding that we've given them, they can do that right now.
Okay, and of course, as you know, I holistically support this idea. I just want to make sure they have the resources that they need to be able to carry this out. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion would be that we adopt the conference report using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present Hill. Present Chisholm. Present Seymour. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with 3 presents. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, at this time, I would ask unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go back to item 74 and take up that conference report.
One moment. 74, Senate.
And I would ask that after the vote, the title be read.
One moment.
On the motion.
That's page 10, Senate, Mississippi Youth Court. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1314, Mississippi Youth Court Information Delivery System, MSIDS, require audit of.
Mr. President, that's actually House Bill 1315.
Number 74?
Yes. I think it was said 1314. It's House Bill 1315.
I have 1315 on mine.
Okay.
One moment, sir.
House Bill number 1315, Mississippi Youth Court Information Delivery System, MSIDS, require audit of.
Thank you. And Mr. President, before I get to, and we'll put it on the screen, before I get there, I do have I will make a motion on a Scrivener's error, and Mr. President, and just to briefly explain, what this bill is doing is calling on the My Kids system, which is calling on the Administrative Office of Courts, which handles the My Kids, which is the youth court system, computer system. And what it does is calls on them to do an audit and to present a report to the House and Senate Judiciary A committees so that we can look at that and then come back and implement the system. And what you have here is the consent with the House Chairman that we make the Scrivener's error or change. It says July in there, and we want to make that to August. And so, Mr. President, my motion would be that because of the Scrivener's error, we adopt this change. And then,
any questions on the amendment?
Well, Mr.
Scrivener's error.
President,
I guess it's unanimous consent, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. Unanimous consent to make the Scrivener's change.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That being changed, we're back on the bill, Senator.
Thank you. So with that, as I was stating, to look at do an audit of the My Kids system, and also we have in there at the request of certain areas of the state, to starting at lines, starting basically at line 153 and so on, to look at how court administrators are being handled in certain courts. That's been requested to us by AOC so that they can hire the appropriate staff and sign off on that. And then as it pertains to the audit, the report is to be presented to us by September 1st. And then we are to take that report and look at adopting a new My Kids system not necessarily my kids, it could be another computer system within 2 years. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
Move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of
Mr.
morning roll
President.
call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Okay, Senator, we have 2 meetings we need to go to, so we'll hold here. Senator Bryan? Yes, Senator Bryan, you've got you want to take yours up before your meeting? Senator Bryan's recognized.
If I could do this one conference report.
Yes, sir.
Go to item
121, sir.
It's at 121, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2857, Medical Cannabis Act, additional provisions related to background checks, Department of Investigations, fees and appeals.
I move adoption of the conference report, and I'd like to explain it.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Members of the Senate, Mr. President, there are many matters involving cannabis which are controversial. I do not believe that this particular piece of legislation is. So far as I know, there is no opposition to this. It's been around, it's been on the calendar, everybody's had plenty of time to look at it. This deals with the rather narrow issue of background checks of people working in the cannabis industry, penalties on those who fail to comply, and that sort of thing. It tightens up, it makes clear some existing language on those matters. As a part of these background checks, the State Department of Health incurs a fairly large expenses. They have people who take fingerprints, and then the Department of Public Safety is involved. They have to pay the FBI for background checks, and so what the bill does is it allows both the Department of Health and the Department of Public Safety to impose a fee not to exceed $60 on those who are seeking these licenses, or these background checks, I should say. I'll be happy to answer questions if there are any. If not, I suggest use of the afternoon roll call.
So morning roll call, Senator, but we'll first go to questions. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking at the strike-through version on lines 153. The old language is a resident cardholder should not obtain more than a total of 6 MMCEUs of allowable medical cannabis in a week. And then this new language says a resident cardholder should not obtain more than 24 in a 30-day period. So this is the same amount, I guess. It's just extending it to 30 days so you can get that much at one time rather than 6. You could only get 6 at one time. Now you can get 24, whatever that is, in a month.
I think I need to get Senator Blackwell to answer that particular question.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that now. Thank you.
Other questions?
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Barrett is no. Anyone else? Hill? No. Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Seeing none, Hill, Barrett, Chisholm, no. Remain passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call the Rules Committee meeting immediately upon recess in the Pro Tem's office.
Rules Committee meeting, Senator Bryan.
I'd like to remind members of Public Health we have a committee meeting at 3 p.m. for confirmations.
Public Health meeting immediately, and we'll be back hopefully at 3:30. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 3:30 p.m.
Thank you, Senator Horn. It's good. 3:30. Back to the calendar. Okay, we're back on the calendar. First, Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item 69, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Well, first of all, unanimous consent requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. The ayes have it. Thank you.
House Bill number 1208, hunting and fishing on land of others, provides provisions relating to and provide penalties for.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll be back on the calendar in one moment. Holly, mine is in my office. I think I took it, and she went to get it. Okay, we're back on the calendar at 1:21, I believe, Mr. Clerk. One moment. Okay. One 121 is what we cleared with Senator Bryan. We'll now go to the general calendar. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. That is, the remaining ones are Senator Bryan's, I believe. One moment, please. Okay. Does anyone else have anything on the calendar? Anyone else? You okay, Senator Philgay? One moment, please. Okay, Senator Philgay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 44.
One moment, please. Okay, Senate page 6, number 144. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we'll go, Senator.
Let's go to that item, call up House Bill number 295 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 295, arrest warrants, authorized electronic applications, signatures, and records for.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to explain the report.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report on House Bill 295 addresses arrest warrants. It authorizes electronic applications. Of course, in today's world, we see a lot more electronic signatures with contracts and things of that nature. You can see in Section 1 an application for a felony warrant or signature utilized by the judicial branch of government may be utilized with an electronic form, but we do exclude any no-knock warrant. The nature of a no-knock warrant and how that is operated, I would prefer it be a very much in-person relationship between the judge and the law enforcement officer requesting it. The electronic version will satisfy the provision of law in paragraph 2. The electronic signature will satisfy the signature requirement, a digital signature, must have security procedures in place to ensure that we're actually having the people sign that are signing, date, time, things of that nature in the application. You've got to keep an electronic record of it. There's also a requirement that we meet whatever public records requests that revolve around search warrants as it relates to the file ultimately at the court. Talks about the timing of the sending of the warrant, and it shall contain a statement that the application is being made for a felony criminal investigation in paragraph 7. The meeting requirement in paragraph 8 is where we're allowing that to be electronic through the use of video or teleconference devices. So that is an explanation again in paragraph 9. No knock warrants are not to be utilized with electronic warrants. So that is an explanation of the conference report. Mr. President, I would yield any questions.
Okay. Questions? Senator Seymour.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
This is just for a felony.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Conference of the conference report and morning roll call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Hold on just one second. We're going to use the morning roll call, so does anyone object to the procedure? Okay. No one objects to the procedure. So therefore, does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Norwood. Anyone else? Senator Brumfield. Present. Brumfield, present. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Norwood, no. Brumfield, present. Okay, Senator Finnegan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 48, House Bill number 438.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We'll go to 48. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 438, shoplifting, revised penalties for crime.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll again recognize Senator Sparks to explain the report.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill addresses shoplifting. We had discussed earlier this session and passed, I think, a couple of different times about some finding language that was in the statute that dealt with whether someone would be incarcerated or not. So that is the language that is stricken that you'll see on lines 56, 62, and as I am double checking just to make sure those penalties do not increase. It's just that there was a finding for incarceration. That process was removed. Paragraph 10 is the act of acting in concert, abating, aiding, or encouraging one or more persons to commit such a crime where items shoplifted exceed $1,000, that would be a felony, as it would be grand larceny at $1,000, and that would address a situation where more than one person is acting in concert. Maybe someone's distracting, someone is taking things. Regardless of whether you prosecute everyone, it's going to be based on the amount of money that would deem it to be a felony. That is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. President. I would yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed.
Senator Sparks, the conference report, does this create a new cause of action? Or was it already in law? This whole aiding and abetting?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
Okay. As it relates to the fact that $1,000 of product taken would reach the felony level, no, as it relates to that. I think that it may be somewhat new language when we are saying that people are acting in concert to accomplish the goal.
So I guess just understanding this in practical terms, what would be an example that this particular part of the statute would be used for?
You and I could go into a merchant's location. You could be up front displaying how to tie a bow tie to the cashier, and I'm filling my pockets full of stuff in the back while they're distracted. We would be acting in concert, and we would be could be both be charged with the crime of a felony as it relates to grand larceny if the items exceeded $1,000.
So, but let's just say you and I are just riding in the car together, and we both shoplift out of the store, and in the aggregate, what we take adds up to more than $1,000. Would that satisfy this statute as well? Would we both be convicted of that felony amount?
I think if they can prove the elements of acting in concert, aiding, abetting, and encouraging, if we just happen to both ride to a place of business together and we both stole a little over $500 apiece, it would I wouldn't want to be in that position because I think that the two of us could be certainly responsible for encouraging one or more or aiding and abetting.
I absolutely appreciated the original version of this bill, but this new language gives me a lot of pause. But thank you for working on this.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield for question, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. I'm hesitant to ask you a question about a Judiciary B bill, but I am looking at Section 10, beginning on line 98. So if a person drives their child to the mall and that child steals more than $1,000 worth of merchandise and is never prosecuted or even convicted, but I drove that person to the mall and they steal more than $1,000 of merchandise, I've committed a felony.
No, I think the proof would have to be that you've acted in concert with, in some way aided or abetted and encouraged. That's an element they would have to prove. If you took me to the mall and I happened to slip something off the jewelry case into my pocket that's more than $1,000, you're not aiding or abetting me if you have no knowledge of that.
And this is, I would certainly defer to you on the law, but I'm not aiding that person when I take him to the mall.
There's numerous places where this language is utilized in law.
Okay. What would constitute aiding?
Well, aiding.
Like, would I have to know about it, that he was going to go steal it?
I think you have to have knowledge, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If there are no further questions.
Well, I have one more, Senator. Okay. Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Simmons is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for yielding. In the original bill that was before the Senate, was it the misdemeanor statute for shoplifting?
I believe that's correct. I've got my computer here. I'm be glad to pull up the original. Do you want our committee amendment or do you want the original?
Well, the one that actually passed the Senate that we transmitted to the House.
All right, as passed the Senate. I believe in our strike all, it was only misdemeanors.
It was only misdemeanors?
That's correct.
And
ended with paragraph 9.
And I'm sorry, Senator Sparks, and I know you do this type work like I do, but in that particular statute, and I don't have it before me, does the statute by reference mention grand larceny 1741?
The new paragraph does mention that statute. Yes, sir.
I understand it in the conference report.
Yes, sir.
My question is the actual, under the current law, the shoplifting statute, which would have been the statute that we would have actually passed on the Senate floor and transmitted to the House. My question is, does that statute by reference mention the felony grand larceny statute 1741?
Yes, sir, it does.
In the existing statute?
Yes, sir. Paragraph 7.
Okay. Could I'm sorry, I don't have it, but Carlos, could y'all go up to paragraph 7 for me?
Let me go back and look at the strike through of the original bill just to make sure, but yes, that it's always been a felony of grand larceny for shoplifting over 1,000.
And that's by virtue of the actual amount that was allegedly taken, correct?
That is correct.
And so the new section in the conference report, which is section 10, basically includes like joint enterprise type action between multiple persons at the time that the crime was allegedly committed.
That's correct. There was also an existing language in shoplifting statute upon a third or subsequent shoplifting conviction. So it's it does have the grand larceny statute in there on more than one occasion.
And were the conferees at all to consider situations where you may have juveniles or even college students that may be all together, but one person may in fact commit the crime and the others did not have any knowledge at all that a crime had been committed, and it rose to the level of $1,000 or more? Based off this, they all could be charged with a felony grand larceny, correct?
Yeah, I think the burden of proof's on the state, but they could charge if they believe that there was aiding, abetting, or encouraging.
Yeah, I understand the burden of proof at a point of prosecution, but based off the language, our law enforcement officers could basically, in the scenario mentioned by Senator Hickman and also Senator Blunt, could arrest all of them and charge them with grand larceny based off this language.
Yes, I believe they could. They would have to sign a sworn affidavit to begin those felonious charges, but yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Other questions on the bill?
Would move for adoption if there are no further questions on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator Simmons, you object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Branning, Delano, Harkins, Hobson, Horn, Johnson, Jordan, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Senator Super to the vote, sir. Okay.
Senator Suber, for what purpose? One moment, please.
To the vote.
Yes, sir.
That's a pair. I vote aye. Senator Horn would vote no.
Aye. Suber, Horn, no. Mr. McCon, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote nay, and I would vote aye, so a pair has been announced.
Jordan, no. Con, aye. Pair. Anyone else?
Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Brannon, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Jackson, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. I'm going to change McCon because he did. Okay, fine.
Bill passes 34 yeas, 14 nays. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 49, House Bill number 691.
Page 7, Senate. Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 691, Mississippi Board on Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Training, revised composition of and provide with investigative authority.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to explain the report.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference report for House Bill 691 addresses a bill that we've passed a couple different times this session about the training of the officers' standards and training, this board of law enforcement officers and standards training, that the composition of that board would change a bit, one of which would be that a sheriff from a small county would be appointed to that board, and also a sheriff, I believe, from a larger county. That this board, while it has always been tasked to address issues that are related to licensure or issues with law enforcement agencies that generally came from within the law enforcement community, this bill also establishes, or this conference report rather, establishes that there is a hearing process, that if there is a complaint in Section 2, that there is a hearing panel for the purposes of providing a hearing to any law enforcement officer for whom the board believes there's a basis for reprimand, suspension, cancellation of, or recalling the certification of a law enforcement officer. In times past, usually the presiding officer or the entity for which you were working for had to make that request. This would allow the board to take action. We believe that's a good practice. We have a lot of law enforcement officers out here doing a fine job, doing the best they can. And if folks are not doing that, we want to make sure that we shut that down as quickly as possible. Section 3 addresses training for our 2-year, 4-year colleges, Pearl River Water Valley Supply District. This again is something I believe is better for standards and training. It requires certain hours of training for the chief, certain hours of training for members, and this is continuing education. It also allows for the reimbursement of those training fees. Mr. President, that is an explanation of the conference report. and I would yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
For you for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Thank you. Senator Sparks, I've got two constituents that currently serve on this board, so will they continue to serve until they roll off and then the new criteria will go in for the new board members?
The effective date of this act is July 1 of '24. From the standpoint of membership, and I may need to ask legal this question, but the governor appoints 6 members of the board from the following specific categories. If they are still within that category, because I don't know which category they're in, then I would assume they would continue. If for some reason they did not meet a criteria anymore, it would probably require a new appointment.
If they were serving, let's say they're serving a 2-year term, they would, it wouldn't eject them. They would just might not qualify again in 2 years, correct?
Well, no, I'm not going to say correct to that because the law goes into effect July 1, 2024, and that would probably be a question for council. I just don't know if they qualify under the new criteria, and if they didn't qualify under the new criteria and the law goes into effect on July 1, 2024, it might make that seat open. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
I just want to know where I tried to follow along on your explanation, but were there any major changes in this conference report opposed to what we voted for on this bill earlier in this session?
Not to my knowledge at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the conference report.
Motion is to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Does anyone object to the procedure? Vote is voting no. Present. President McMahon. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Present, Senator McMahon. Senator Kirby, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and call up House Concurrent Resolution 64 and ask the title to be read.
One moment, Senator Hill. For what purpose?
I'd like to speak
On this bill?
on the rule suspension.
Okay. Senator Hill would like to speak following you. Senator Hill, one moment, please. Let's get through the explanation. The first is to suspend the rules. Hold on one second. Oh, you'd like to speak on the motion or on the bill, Senator? On the motion to suspend the rules. Okay, you're recognized. So Senator Kirby, you start and we'll let her speak on the motion.
We need to read
the title. Yes, sir.
Make a usual motion.
No, it's what they're saying on the side is before we read the title, she gets to speak. Senator Hill. Yes, Senator Hill gets to speak on the motion. You've made a motion, Senator, and before we get to reading the actual title itself, Senator Hill wants to speak on the motion. So, Senator, you're recognized.
I don't believe the Senate can suspend the rule requiring it to lay over a day in the House. I don't think the continuing resolution is properly before the Senate because it can't be sent from the House without laying over a day. But that's just my belief, and I think that continuing to suspend the rules and extend the session is not good for regular order in the Senate. People have jobs, people have vacations planned. This is a part-time job. We've been here 4 months. We don't have a budget. I'm not going to vote to suspend the rules.
Okay, Senator Kirby. We're back, Senator Kirby, and your motion would be all in favor of suspending the rules, sir. And we'll do the motion first, then we'll read the title.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I do think we should definitely suspend the rules. If we don't suspend the rules, we're not going to have any appropriations. We might as well go home now and wait and see when the governor's going to call us back. So we do need to suspend the rules. With a 3/5 vote, we can suspend the rules, I've been told. And so, Mr. President, I move that we do suspend the rules so I can take up HCR 64.
Okay. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
The motion before us was whether or not this resolution is properly before this body.
She didn't
As the
make a
chair
motion.
ruled.
She did not make a motion, sir. She made a statement.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bryan?
I just am sort of trying to figure out where we are, and so the motion is to suspend the rules for the consideration of this resolution?
That is correct,
Yes,
sir.
sir. That's correct.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying, pardon me?
Aye.
Pardon me? You were asking?
I was trying to ask for a roll call on the rule suspension.
No, the vote's been taken, Senator. Thank you. Senator Kirby, you're recognized. We're ready. The motion is carried, and now we're ready for you to speak, sir. And you should ask to read the...
All right, we have suspended the rules, Mr. President?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so at that point, then, I'll call up HCR 64, suspend the rules, call up HCR 64, and ask the title to be read.
The title, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 64, Legislature, extend 2024 regular session, suspend deadline for certain bills, and set date of sine die adjournment.
Make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We're coming to you, Senator Hill. One moment. Okay, Senator.
Thank you.
You're ready to explain, and then Senator Hill has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Hobson reminded me, if we do not do a suspension resolution, this is for sine die, by the way. If we do not do that, then we're not going to be able to sign anything. We're going to be here a while, or we'll go home without any appropriation. So this bill passed the House with no one voting against it. I thought I'd tell everyone that. There was not a single vote in the House against this resolution. The resolution we're talking about appropriation and finance bills that didn't make the deadline. So we're talking about revenue bills for further consideration, filing, and adoption of conference reports on appropriation revenue bills. That's pretty much it, Mr. President. I mean, there's some other things in it, but that's the meat of the bill.
Okay, we'll go to questions then, Senator. One moment. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Two purposes. One, I was trying to ask for a roll call vote on the suspension resolution because it takes 2/3 to suspend. Secondly, since I was moved over on that, I would like a roll call vote on this concurrent resolution. And I would also like to speak to the motion that I believe the concurrent resolution was not properly brought before the Senate because it did not lay over. And I don't believe the rules can be suspended. I don't believe that particular rule can be suspended to bring it to the floor.
Okay.
Let's go at them one at a time, Senator Hill. Did you have a question for Senator Kirby?
I think she was speaking, Mr. President.
I was requesting a roll call vote so that I won't get passed over this time like I
Okay.
did last time.
Okay. So Senator Hill's point is that she would like a roll call vote after this goes on. So when we get to use of the morning roll call, she'll object and we'll have a roll call. Okay, now Senator Parker. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
Senator, will you yield for a question?
I yield. Thank
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this. Just for some clarification, what this would do is our general bill deadline that is today would remain as is, so we would keep that deadline correct.
That's correct.
This would allow the bills that died on Saturday night to be reawakened without us having to take those back up in committee and maybe pass them out of committee again and send them to the other house. It would put us back at the same point we were at the end of Saturday, correct?
That's pretty much starting over, yes, sir.
Well, starting over from where we were at the point on Saturday, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, so essentially that would add just a couple of days to the session. And then as I read the suspension resolution, there's a possibility that we might come back in for one day on May the 14th, possibly, if it were decided. That's
possible. We've had this situation before and we've never done that, but it's possible. I think it actually reads, let me find in the bill where it says, extend it to May the 14th unless the Speaker of the House and Lieutenant Governor jointly determine that it's not necessary to reconvene.
So as I read it, the net effect of this would be to potentially add about 2 days to the session versus what we had to begin with, two to three, to allow the Chairman of Appropriation and Finance to complete the work that they are working on right now. And then we have that possibility of the other day. Whereas if this suspension resolution died and all of these bills died and we had to reawaken those in one shape or fashion, do you have any estimate of how many days that might take?
I have no idea. I did have someone tell me that just to type the appropriation bills is 10 hours.
Well,
so I have no
I would
idea
say it
how
would
many
take
days to go back through the process. I'd have to ask the chairman that.
I would ask the question, would you agree that it would take longer than if we were to make the procedural move that you're requesting right now?
Absolutely.
So in this fashion here, we have the best chance to complete our work, go home, and know that once we're complete, there is the least amount of chance possible that we would be coming back for a special session or for an extended session to complete the work.
I think you're right, Senator Parker.
Thank you for yielding to the questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now we'll make your motion, then we need to get to Senator Hill.
So I believe a roll call has been requested.
Well, you'll make your motion and she'll object, sir. You'll make your motion.
My motion
will be use of the morning roll call.
Final pass.
Okay, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? So Senator Hill objects. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chadzenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Branning, Brumfield, Carter, Delano, Horn, Jordan, McCon, McMahon, Parks, Polk, Polk, Suber, Tate, Whaley, Younger. I think you said aye. Okay.
Senator Younger, that was an aye. Senator Younger was voted aye, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, DeBar, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 12, Simmons of the 13, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Chazanall, Chisholm, Fillingane, Hill, McClendon, Seymour, and Whaley.
Okay, one moment, Mr. Clerk. Senator Blackwell.
Vote to the vote.
To the vote, Senator.
I vote aye.
Vote aye, Blackwell. We're on the vote. Senator Fillingane.
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Horn were here, he would vote no, he would vote aye, I vote nay. To announce the pair.
Pair, Horn, Fillingane. Fillingane, no. Horn, aye.
Let me do this again.
Bill passes 43 yeas, 6 nays. The resolution passes. One moment.
Mr. President, I'd like immediate release on this suspension.
So no objection is granted. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Immediate release is granted. Okay. Going back on the calendar for a moment. One moment. Does anyone have anything on the calendar? Okay. Anyone else on the calendar? Last call. Okay. announcements. I'm sorry, Senator Hobson,
Announcement, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Conferees on appropriations bills will need to be in rooms 216 and 201 tonight. I'm going to say at 8:15. I think general bill deadline's at 8 o'clock tonight. And so giving them an opportunity to get their general bill signed, we'll try to meet about 8:15, 216 and 201 to sign conference reports.
Senator Williams,
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
please proceed.
As most people know in the Senate, tomorrow's a big day for the Williams family. If over the smokers table, I think everybody knows my wife Cynthia and my daughter Emily. Well, we brought in the big guns. My mother-in-law, Ann Jackson's here. Let's welcome them to the Senate today.
Welcome. We're glad you're here. Appreciate you taking time to join us today. Okay, Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
For announcement.
Please proceed.
If you are a conferee on a revenue bill, please see me after we recess.
Conferee on revenue bills, see Senator Harkins immediately. Okay. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Okay. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until the last conference committee report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk.